Well, good morning, everybody, and welcome back to Dusty Book Sniffers. My name's Nicole, and today we are here for some reading sprints. Hopefully, we will be getting a lot of reading done today. But as you can see, I am also reading and crafting. I do apologise for my heater in the background. Not as cold here today, but still a little bit chilly. And so I'm here for a little while today. I am going to be reading the sixth book in the Stitches in Crime series. I also have to make some project bags for orders today that I'm a little bit behind on, so I need to get them done today because they have to go out today. I have my coffee. I have finished a book today as well. I have the quilt that we were last Monday that we had issues with. That quilt is unpicked and ready to go back into the machine, so that is really good. So I thought while we wait for a few people to arrive, I thought I would talk a little bit about Silka's journey. I finished this morning. This was quite a heart-wrenching story in a way. Well, in a lot of ways it was, but basically she was taken to Auschwitz, which is the Birkenau camp, which was the second one, and she went there at 16, so she had lost all her family and everything like that. That was in 1942. At the end of the war, when a lot of the camps were liberated by the Russian soldiers, she was charged with being a Nazi sympathizer and working with the enemy and all that sort of stuff, and she was sent to the then Stalin's gulag. So she went from one atrocity to another. Essentially, she ended up it was just telling her story about what she did to survive and all that sort of stuff, and made the best of it of a bad situation. And it is classed as part 2 to the Tattooist of Auschwitz, because the gentleman that was telling his story in that one to Heather Morris was also told Heather Morris about this particular young lady, and he classed her as the bravest person that he had ever met. Not the bravest woman, the bravest person, because she did so many things for people. And throughout her research and everything like that, she found out about her family, what happened to her. She did end up out, a little bit of a spoiler, she did end up out of the gulag and whatnot, but it just tells her story up until that point, and what she did to survive and all the rest of it. If you haven't read anything like this, even though it is covering things that happened in the Holocaust and all that sort of stuff, I'll say it, as I said, for the Tattoo of Auschwitz, it's actually quite digestible. Like, it's not horrific. There is horrific things in it, but it's not described in a horrific manner. And Heather Morris does get a little bit of flack for glossing over. In the first book, a lot of people said that she romanticized it, but she didn't really. There was a romance story in that, and that was of the gentleman that was telling the story and his wife and how they met and subsequently spent a life together. But yeah, this one wasn't romanticized at all. It was just a really good, it's a fiction story, but there was a lot of elements in here that she learned from the gentleman that she spoke to in the first one, and then all her research and everything. Now, I listened to this on audiobook, and at the end of it, Heather Morris goes into detail of where she went, where her research took her, what she learned, and who is definitely 100% fictitious in this book, and also the liberations that she took with the liberties that she took with telling the story and stuff like that. So there's the full explanation, but the main part about Silka is pretty much what she had been told by the gentleman. I forget his name from the first book, and because she was introduced in the first book, and a lot of people wanted to know. Like, Heather Morris at the end said that a lot of emails and messages and posts on Instagram and all that sort of stuff wanted to know more about Silka, and that's why she ended up writing the book. Now, I believe there's a few other books in this series as well, so I'll probably end up picking them up. As I said, it is quite digestible, so if you don't like horrific stuff, but you would like to read something like this to learn a little bit more, or maybe take you down a path of learning a little bit more, I would recommend you start with this, because as I said, it is quite digestible. So yeah, so that's all I'm going to say about it. I've given this a 4-star rating, and I would recommend this to a lot of people if they ask me about it or anything like that, and I'm recommending it all to you. All right, so that's my book review for today. And I had to read that because it was a bingo challenge, and it was to read a New Zealand author, and Heather Morris is actually from New Zealand, but resides here in Australia. And the gentleman from the first book that was telling the story, because he was the tattooist, and how he met Silka and all that sort of stuff, that goes into a little bit more detail in that first book, how they become to know each other, and the fact that they ended up living here on the Gold Coast, just like 4 hours down the road from me. And there's little bits and pieces in that first one from his son. And yeah, so they're both very digestible books. So if you're looking to read something like that, I highly recommend them. All right, so that's enough about what I've been reading. Let's check out who is in the comments. There is a big thumbprint. I'm thinking, why can't I see the screen? Because there's a big thumbprint on my my glasses. I've just got everybody out of the house to work this morning. They're all in go slow mode. Yeah, so anyway, let's see who is joining us today. Good morning, Sarah. Thank you so much for stopping by again and joining us. Let me just move my mouse so I'm not shaking that table on you guys. All right, that's a bit better. All right, we also have Chrissy here as well. Good morning. Seen on Sunrise that Kingaroy is having a winter heat wave, a top of 27. Yes, that was yesterday. We had 27. It hasn't quite got there this morning, although we are sitting... I didn't wear winter pajamas to bed last night. It is 18 degrees right now. We had a hot wind, and I actually went down to Bunnings yesterday afternoon with Nera Lee, and I'm like... if I didn't know any better, I would say these are August spring winds. And she's like, what do you mean? I'm like, feel the heat coming from the wind. So, and it was, she goes, yeah, it's very much like spring's coming a month early, because I've always taught my kids, like, yes, spring starts on the 1st of September if you go by the calendar, but if you look to nature, spring actually starts in August, at the beginning of August. And when the kids were growing up, we lived on the farm, so I would show them different things that were happening at the start of spring and whatnot. You know, like wattle starts to bloom. You've also got certain roses all start to get buds and all that sort of stuff. You know, the buds start to come on the fruit trees, such as apple, like any of your blossoms and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, so she's like, oh well, it feels like it's coming, like, and she stopped and thought about it, and she's like, it does feel like it's a month early. So yeah, so when I say spring is coming, that's I sort of follow the nature calendar, not because I've always planted and stuff like that. So yeah, so a heat wave, yeah, that is pretty hot, considering we've been down below 0 this year already, and for this time of year. Sarah is saying that she's hoping to finish Stuck With You by Ali Hazelwood this evening. Awesome. Hello, Gigra. Hello. Thank you for joining us. I really appreciate you being here. Hello, Tina. Thank you very much for joining again. And saying about the book, well, that is a lot. Is it nonfiction? No, it's not nonfiction, but it has nonfiction elements to it because of the stories and stuff, which I covered just a little while. You probably already heard that. And Sokolov. Oh, that was his name, wasn't it? Yeah. But he goes by, it starts with L or something. Lovey or something like that, I think she shortened it down to. Yeah, so I get tripped up on the names and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, but it was quite just thinking about it. And in some places, you know, like you think that she's like, your heart starts to break for her, because like all she was doing was trying to survive, and she was being condemned by, you know, one for being Jewish, and then condemned because she did what she had to do to survive, and didn't matter, you know, what she did, she just was condemned all the way around. And then certain elements in the book, it was like, there was one character, it was just like, really? That's not very nice. Chris is saying that we had rain for 2 minutes. Woohoo! And it's been reasonable for most of the weekend. Only 2 minutes, so well. hopefully you'll get a little bit more in the coming days. Tina is reading A Liar by Nora Roberts, and I'm crocheting a pair of socks. I keep restarting them and it's not going well. I get like that. I don't know. I think I'm striving for too much perfection when I'm only just learning how to how to crochet myself. So yeah. Chrissy is about, like, so for those that don't know, I'm in Queensland, and Chrissy is about 12 hours south of, no, not 12 hours, you're about 9 hours south of me, depending which highway I take, and she's right up in the hills. So we're on the same, I'm probably just a little bit lower actually than Bathurst, but we're on pretty much on the same. I'm right at the end of the Great Dividing Range, whereas Chrissy is in it. Essentially, she's up there, so it's quite cold for her, and no doubt some bitter cold winds to go with it. I do not miss that Southern Highlands winters at all. Sarah says it is 26 degrees right there now, and you're in the US, I believe. Is that correct? Yeah, so basically we're going to get up to that here in winter. So we get pretty hot here in summer too. So yeah, and you can see I've got a tank top on today, so, and just a cardigan, so you know it's not cold. Normally if it's cold, I will have a singlet, I will have a skivvy, then I'll have my cardigan. This is quite a thick cardigan too, so and it's long as well, but I've got a skirt and a tank top on today, so it is not my normal winter attire, most definitely what's underneath here. So yeah, Sarah's in Canada. And okay, I missed a couple of questions, a couple of comments there. Sorry about that, Shannon. I missed your comment. Is Kylie Minogue's Pumpadum your new karaoke song? It's everywhere over here in the US. I don't know. I don't do karaoke, so maybe, I don't know. I actually haven't heard it. I don't think. I haven't listened to the radio for I'm just trying to think if I heard it or not. No, I don't think I have, because I haven't been in the car and had the radio on, because I've been with the girls and they just play Spotify, and they're definitely not into Kylie Minogue. So, yeah, and I think Neighbours may be the Australian show they constantly hear, as Amazon just brought it. Oh, okay. Because Neighbours has fit. I know Neighbours has finished in the UK. Has it finished here in Australia? Because I don't watch it. I have not watched Neighbours since the early 90s. And even then I was a home and away sort of girl. So yeah. And Sarah is in Canada. Okay. I'm wondering what your announcement post in Discord was about. Is it for the book club? Is it for the members of the Discord or something else? Yes. Okay, so I will just touch on that, because I'm running a little bit late this month, this year. It feels like it's been a year, but anyway, this month I'm running a little bit behind because I've had other things going on in the background. So the announcement that I put into the members into Discord on the announcement tab was for the members pick. So each month I put everybody's name down into the wheel, and then I spin the wheel. Usually I spin the wheel on the 20th, but as I said, I'm a bit behind this month. But I definitely get it done before the end of the month for the next one. So basically what I ask everybody to do that wants to be a part of it is put your name down and what your favorite genre is. I don't need to know what book it is or anything like that, just what favorite genre. Okay, and then you can pick the book. So if your name spins up after I've spun it, I do it as a short on the channel, and then I will put the announcement over, or Chrissy will put the announcement over in the announcement tab again, saying this is the person that's picked it, or we put it under the particular month. So generally we say it's been spun, and then we put it into so for July. Okay, we didn't have one for June because we were catching up on a lot of stuff. I think we had the last one we had, correct me if I'm wrong, Chrissy, was Nora had picked it, and it was The Night Circus. And we've had a few really good books. We've had a non-fiction one. We've had some thrillers, and whatnot. So you can pick your favorite book if you want to do a reread, or you can pick something that you may want to read in your favorite genre. And either way, you just let us know what it is, and then we all read it along with you. So it's like a buddy read, except you're picking the book of the month. As you would know, over in my Discord, I have several book of the months going. But that is the one that all the members get to pick that. And we will continue that through into next year as well. So if you haven't already, at about 11:30, I'm going to go over and double check that I've got everybody's name that wants to participate in it. And basically at 11:30, that's when I won't take any more names after that. Put them all on the wheel, and then probably about 12 o'clock, I'll spin the wheel. So by 2.5, 3 hours, we will know what we're going to be reading for the month of July. So if you haven't already done so and you want to, head over to the Discord, go into the announcement tab. You'll see all the information there and what you need to do. But it's just basically what I just said then. All right, so I'm really tired today. I actually drove over 600 kilometers over the weekend and in a short space of time. So it's taking me a little bit to get back to normal. So I'm hoping, and I woke up at 4 o'clock. I went to bed early last night, and then I woke up at 4 o'clock this morning. So I had a cuppa and then started unpicking the rest of that quilt. Got that all done, but I do have to do project bags and stuff today, and then also to the cross stitch. So I'm hoping to be here for a minimum of 3 hours, possibly a total of 6. It won't be any more than 6 because I do have to go and pick my daughter up and whatnot. All right, Shannon is also asking me, what makes you DNF a book, or are you against the practice? No, I am not up against the practice of DNFing. I used to be, but not so much now. It's taken me a long time to accept the practice because we pay so much for books here. But as Chrissy always says to me, life is too short, just move on. So basically now for me, it has to be a good story. When I'm reading a book, it needs to pull me in at least a bit. Okay, it has to be a somewhat good story. I don't judge the writing because even a badly written book is better than what I can do. So I never judge the writing. It would have to be pretty bad for me to DNF it over writing, because I don't know the first thing about writing or anything like that. So I don't judge others on that. I purely go into a book for the entertainment value of the story. And, like sometimes you can get poorly written books, not that I know what I know what good writing is, but do you know what I mean? Like I don't judge that are totally entertaining. So I never judge a book by its writing. And I know that there are many people out there that do. I just can't do it because I can't write. So why would I be judging someone else for that? But as I said, it'd have to be pretty bad to do that. So, and I give every book at least 100 pages. In saying that though, this year alone, 3 books that I've, in the last year, not just this year, in the last year, 3 or 4 books that I have DNF'd, I haven't even got to page 50. The story was boring. It wasn't exciting me. And last week I DNF'd a book and I only got to chapter 4, and that was page 35, I think it was, I got to. It was a political thriller. That is not my jam. And I just could not get into the story. Now, I have 2 types of DNFing. Now, I DNF that one and it's gone. It's gone into the pile to go with Savannah back to Brisbane. She's going to go to a book exchange and get something that she wants with it. So basically that book last week is just gone. I have other books, whether they be on my Kindle or on my shelf, that I've soft DNF'd. For me, a soft DNF is something that I'm enjoying the story, but I'm just not there yet. And I'm intrigued to see it, but I don't want to waste any more time on it because I'm not enjoying it right at this particular time. Now, a couple of weeks ago, there was a book that I was reading. I think it's called The Night of Many Endings, off the top of my head. It's on Kindle. It is still on my Kindle list Kindle Unlimited list to read, because it just, the content of it I have read before and I enjoy that, but right at that time when I was reading it, I just didn't want to read about that. And it was about drug addiction and broken families and all that sort of stuff. Sometimes I know myself well enough to go, you know what, I'm not in the right frame of mind to read this right now. I'm not okay with reading this. But at the same time, I was reading about eating disorders. So, like, yeah, so it's a hard one. It's just, yeah, some I will soft DNF, and I've soft DNF that, so that has stayed there until I get back to it. And because I'm intrigued enough to know what happens to the characters in it, so that's why it's a soft DNF. And I have soft DNF'd a lot in my life. There's lots and lots of books that I have gone back to many years later, because at the time they just weren't right. I know what I can handle and what's going to break me. And sometimes with drug addiction, because that's close to home, I have a daughter. I shouldn't say had. I have a daughter that had drug addiction problems. And while now she's in recovery, it is a very slippery slope. And sometimes I just can't read about it. And so that's what happened with that one. I just wasn't in the right frame of mind, and I just don't want to go there because I've been living it for the last 5 years. So yeah, that's where I soft DNF. But there's other stories too that I soft DNF. Like I've got a couple of classics that I started reading, just smaller ones. I was getting right into the story, but right now I don't have time to read them, so I've just didn't finish them, and they're a soft DNF, and I might not get back to them for 3 or 4 years. But yeah, so that is sort of what I do. But I definitely hard DNF stuff for sure. Hello, Leandra. Welcome to the channel. Thank you for being here again, joining us for some sprints. I really enjoy you being here, seeing your name pop up. It's so much fun. Tina's saying about the wheel spin. Okay, I didn't want to add my name to something before I knew what was going on. Yeah, no, there is there is a lot of information just above that. You would have seen I tagged a whole heap of people that were already on the list. I tagged them. If you're on the list for this month, next month, I will repost that and re-tag you, just so you have the opportunity to either change your genre or remove yourself from the wheel. Okay. And I do that around about the 15th. I usually do that about the middle of the month. As I said, this month I was running a little bit behind. And then I remembered to do it, and then I forgot. So, yeah, so there's always that. Courtney is with us today. Hello, Courtney. How are you? Glad you could join us. Chris is saying that I agree, life is way too short. I am not putting energy into a book that I'm not giving me anything back. I don't DNF if I'm reading it for the Women's Prize or for YouTube Prize. Yeah, I signed up for the YouTube Prize, the BookTube Prize this year, and I got super busy with work and whatnot. So before they really got into it, I pulled out. But it would be something that I'd like to do. But I'm the same. I didn't DNF any of the Women's Prize for Fiction on the long list because I don't think if you're DNFing it, you can't make an informed judgment. It's the only time that I won't DNF something. And believe me, there were several that I wanted to DNF this year, that's for sure. Rolanda has joined us. Good morning. She finally made it. That's okay. It's nice and early here. I've been awake since 4 o'clock. I've already put in 5 hours of work today. Like, well, you know, I'm probably going to crash and burn. I may as well just get up and just shift my day. That's the beauty of working from home. I can have a nap later if it comes down to it. Shannon's saying, I sometimes DNF a book after the first paragraph because I can tell it's not going to work for me. Most of the time, I'm so selective in what I read, there's no reason to DNF. Well, that's a valid thing too. If you know entirely what you're going to read, but I have been caught out a couple of times where I've wanted to DNF after the first chapter, not so much the first paragraph, but the first chapter, and something in my mind's gone, you know what, you need to keep going. And it's turned out to be an absolutely smashing book. Like, I've thoroughly enjoyed it. So it's a slippery slope. Like but you know, each to their own. And I'm glad that you actually know what your reading tastes are and all the rest of it. I think when you're very like you said, you're very selective, you know what you like, you know what you enjoy reading and all that sort of stuff is great in one aspect. But then someone like me who's very eclectic, and I read across a lot of genres except for political thrillers and And sci-fi, it can be a little bit hard to DNF. It gets a little bit harder. That because you know that sometimes these stories can end up being absolutely amazing. Leandra's saying the idea of soft DNFing was a great stepping stone for her to get more comfortable with DNFing. Yeah. And as I've said just before, like I never used to DNF. I used to persevere because our books are so expensive here, you know, like not so much now that we've got like some of the big box stores that are carrying them, but a lot of the time they didn't have them back when I was reading when I was younger. So if you bought a book, you read the book, you know, or you borrowed from the library. DNFing from the library, I can do that all day, every day because I haven't handed over money. But yeah, so it makes it a little bit trickier in that aspect. I have the hiccups really bad today. That's why I keep stopping while I'm talking. I don't know what's going on. So I do apologize for that. Chrissy is saying a Long Bright River has some that has them some addiction. Is that supposed to be? FYI, yeah, no, that's okay. I can read about it. Just sometimes, you know, like especially if I've spoken to her, and I can hear like she's not spiraling, but I can hear certain things, and I won't want to read about it. But as I said, at the same time, I was reading about eating disorders as well, so like two heavy topics. Even though they were just in fiction books, it was still you know, heavy topics, and they can be quite triggering. All right, what have we got here? Courtney is saying, if I DNF, I will skim the remainder to see if you can glean what's happening. Yeah, I have done that too. Like if I'm going to soft DNF, I'll quickly flick through a little bit, not too far into it, and just see if it's going to pick up in like the next chapter or two. If I'm hard DNFing it, I will go and flick towards the back, and I'll just like maybe 10 chapters before the end. If there's a lot, maybe if there's only 20 chapters, I might go to the second last or third last chapter, have a bit of a look and see if it picked up a bit. You usually can go, yeah, nah, and put it down. So, but I have been caught out before. I was awake between 5 a.m. and 7 a.m. and thought, I wonder if Nicole's awake, fell back asleep until after 9. I woke up at 4 o'clock this morning and unpicked the quilt. So, yeah. Yeah, but I soft DNF a lot of cozies after 2 chapters and then come back to them months later, and they were amazing. Yeah, I generally don't DNF cozies because you generally know what you're in for. Look at that, have to be pretty bad. Although there was a series that I haven't finished. What was that series called? I can't even think what it's called now. I'll have to think about it. I'll look up on my Goodreads. I haven't finished reading it, and I think there was 10 in it, but I just got busy and I haven't finished reading the series. I think I've got 3 left. I'm up to book 7, I think. It was part of a cross-stitch group on Facebook, Magical Stitches and Reading, and it was their choice for the a couple of years back now. So yeah, but I never did finish that. And that just reminded me that I was supposed to get back to that. It wasn't that it was a bad series. I just never finished the series because I got busy. I'll probably need a nap later. It was a rough night, but I'm here and ready to seize the day. Yep, that's it. Rough night. It's done and dusted. We'll just seize the day now. Typo didn't mean but. Oh, okay. That's fine. That's okay. All good. Alrighty. So we have got to 30 minutes has gone already. Oh my goodness. All right. We've got to the end of the comments. We might get our first sprint underway. I am going to do some sewing and whatnot, and also ring the lady back about her quilt that's just trying to ring me. We're going to do a 45-minute sprint, and then we'll have a 15-minute break. So yeah, we'll see you very, very soon. I've got the autumn one up today, and I have no sound because I keep getting echoing back through the sound and whatnot. So we've got no sound today, and yeah, so I'll see you soon. All right, I'm probably going to scare a few people, but I forgot to turn the volume up for the alarm. I don't know if it went off or not, so I'm sorry about that. Yeah, I keep forgetting because I've muted a lot of stuff, so because of the sound bouncing back and all the rest of it. So if I did scare you just then, I do apologize for that. All right, now I have got all of my bags prepared except for 2 backings. I have 6 project bags that I've got to make today that should have been made on Saturday, but I was not here on Saturday because, as I said before we went to the sprint, I have it was almost, I think it was on Saturday I drove 587 kilometers, and then on Friday night I drove I think it's 180 kilometers, so fair amount of kilometers. Alrighty, where were we up to in the comments? Let me just think. So we'll have a 15-minute break and then we'll go to another 45. And for those that have just joined, if you are part of my Discord and you have put your name down, which I've seen a couple pop up, put your name down for the members pick. You just need to put your name and your genre under the announcements tab. You'll see a whole heap of people posting there. If you want to be a part of it, I'm closing that off in an hour. Okay, and then I get everybody's name in, double check that I've got everybody, and then I will spin it up and we'll find out what we are going to be reading. So yeah, let me see where we're up to. That light is bothering me today. I need to really turn that off. So we had Mood Reader joined us while we were sprinting as well. So welcome. Thank you so much for joining. I really appreciate being here. Hello, Big Hard Books and Classics. I'm sorry, I've forgotten your name. You've remembered mine, clearly. I'm terrible with names. I'm so sorry. And hello to Courtney as well. And you are reading Satanic Verses. Awesome. Interesting. Some light reading, I'm sure. Excuse me for a moment. I just need to have a drink. I've just got a tickle in my throat today, and it's annoying me. Oh, there we go. Make sure the lid is on that. Interesting reading. All righty. Good morning, everybody, from Anne. Hello, Anne. How are you? Thank you very much for joining again. Nice to have you here. Now, for those that are following on my craft channel, there will be no videos going up on the craft channel this week because I have a lot to do for the magazine. And it just means that I can focus on that and get that done and not try and basically try and fit everything in and do it all very poorly. So I just decided that I'll take a week off from recording, and I could do with a break. So yeah, because I post every day over there normally. Chris is asking, is there a reason for Australia's book prices are so high? For one book I wanted shipped to me, I would have had to pay, it would have been 80 Australian dollars. Well, shipping is expensive. So if I want to send anything to the US, I send a project bag every month to the US, and it only weighs about 600 grams, and that costs $25 to send. So shipping is one. So I'm guessing it works the other way as well. So we have GST, which is a 10% sales tax on our all our goods and services, and so I can only assume that it comes down to shipping, import taxes, and all that sort of stuff, because there's all those taxes that get put on, like, and I dare say that would be the reason why that it is so expensive. But with places like Amazon now, which I don't want to support buying books off Amazon, but sometimes I have no choice. I would much rather go to a bookstore and support a small bookstore. But I don't have a bookstore here in Kingaroy. We don't. All we've got is Big W. And then they sell, and they're just as bad as Amazon because they sell their books really cheap because they have that buying power. Whereas a small independent bookstore doesn't have that buying power. So a lot of time, Savannah and I will try and do secondhand book fests, or we'll go to, like, she goes to book exchanges and independent bookstores down in Brisbane, but I don't have that here. So, but books are pretty expensive. Like, this one here I got from Amazon, and it was still $19 because I couldn't find it anywhere in the bookstores. And then I got it, and then I found it in Big W, and it was still $16 there. So, but I get free shipping, whereas if I got it online from another store, I would have had to pay shipping. So yeah, it's hard. Like, and I dare say it all comes down to the simple fact is that there'd be import costs and GST added onto it. Like, they're buying the book and then the dollar being what it is and all of that sort of stuff. So yeah, there's lots and lots of different factors that go into it. I would dare say I don't begin to know what's going on with it, but I would say that would be, logically thinking, that's what I would think it would be. Tina read 44 pages. I managed to listen to almost four chapters. I'm almost to the end of the fourth one in Sewn at the Crime, which is a Stitches in Crime cozy mystery by ACF Bookins is the one I'm reading, which I have the book here. I should just show you the book. That's what the book looks like. So this one has this only has 170 pages in it, and chapter 4 puts me, I think, at page 30 or something. I'm almost to the end, so I'm almost up to page 50 in that. So yeah, I listen to my books pretty fast. So yeah, I'm just going to move this back a bit because that light is just yeah, I'm tired, and yeah. So my reading has to go back a little bit. These glasses aren't great either. I don't have my brown ones on. My brown ones are better for, like, these are supposed to be for the computer, but they've put the transition in the wrong place. So I'm constantly trying to find the right place, like do this with my glasses to find the right place. So that's why it looks like I'm nodding all the time with these ones. And I don't know where my brown ones are because I normally wear them. I could probably go with my old glasses because they work better. They'd probably be a bit better. Well, there we go. That's it better. I can see now. Brand new glasses, and they buggered it up, and I haven't had a chance to go back. So I don't wear them very often. They're okay when I'm out and about, but sitting at the computer, not so much. So I'm just going to wear my old glasses today, and I'll start sliding down my nose. So Book Chara has been sent by Storm. Well, welcome to the channel. Hopefully you consider subscribing and also giving the video, our stream today, a thumbs up as well. That helps me get seen in the algorithm, and I greatly appreciate anybody that does decide to hit the subscribe button, and you can join us. We have, at the moment, we're having sprints on my Monday, if you're in the Northern Hemisphere, your Sunday, and then on a Thursday evening in the Northern Hemisphere, and Friday morning here. And our Friday ones go for 8 hours. So if you need to get a lot of reading in, you just need to, yeah, pop in and you'll get a lot done. And we try to do 15:45. Sometimes we go over, but generally we don't. We try to stick to that. And Alan is saying, so, I just remembered your name. There you go. Alan is saying, this you're halfway through. It's a laugh out fun. Funny. Who would have thought? Oh, there you go. Oh, and then you've put it down there anyway that your name is Alan. Thank you. I remembered it. It does come to me, but when, like, because everybody uses their YouTube name, and it's hard to remember everybody's name. I've never read it, so I'm glad that you're enjoying it though. So hey Ellen, now that I remember your name. The Satanic Verses, I've read 2 books by Salman Rushdie, but that's not one. Okay, cool. Excellent. You read a lot of old stuff too, don't you? So yeah. Rolanda says, hey, you read my mind. It made me jump, but good, it didn't go off. Do you need some of that witchy brew that you were talking about? No, my throat's just dry because what's happened is we've gone from cold air to dry air, and it's windy and it's dry wind. Because you went on earlier when we were saying that it's going to be 27 degrees here today, and it was 27 degrees here yesterday. And Oh, Savannah's just sent me a message and said I jinxed her. Why did I jinx her? What? She's working with her dad today, so I jinxed her about something. I don't even know what I've talked about, but anyway, yeah. So no, I don't need any of the vampire tea that I was talking about the other day. Alan is also reading Stories from Half Human Heroes 2. Awesome. Not read that. It keeps jumping. I go to click on it and then it jumps up. So I do apologize if I'm seeming a bit vague today. I'm tired. Leandra is saying access to affordable books can definitely be an invisible privilege depending on where you happen to live. Yeah, like we can get like cheap books here and stuff like that, but we just like I live 3 hours from Brisbane to where most of the good bookstores are, but to the closest bookstore to me would be, I would say, Caboolture, which is 2 hours and 15 minutes. So it's a long way for me. And like, as much as I don't want to support Amazon, sometimes Amazon's my only choice where I can get the books that I want to read. So it makes it very, very tricky, because I don't necessarily like Amazon's policies and all that sort of stuff and what they stand for, because essentially they're in business to put other businesses out of business, if that makes sense, which I'm sure you all understand. You're all educated people. You all know that's their business model, to basically be the dominant person in the market. And to be the dominant person in the market, you have to put other businesses out of business to do that. So, so I, as much as I hate buying off them, I only do it at the absolute minimum. Like, I'll go and look in secondhand bookstores. I'll go and look at op shops first. I'll see if Savannah's got it on her bookshelf. I'll try and get it through online. And a lot of books that I've been getting lately have been from the Book Grocer here in Australia, and we can get a box of books, and they have like romance, thrillers, just general fiction. They have a couple other different ones as well, and they have anywhere from 16 to 20 books in it. And so I get them, and they're $100. So that works out to be about, between $5 and, depending how many books there, between $5 and $8 a book. So that's more affordable for me, and I can save up that $100, and I get that. If I get 2 boxes, I can get free shipping, and I've got like 30 or 40 books. Chrissy has been instrumental in making me go back to the library and get BorrowBox and stuff like that. She keeps reminding me to go to the library. But I got so disheartened with the library we have here because it doesn't have a big selection. And I never thought about getting BorrowBox or anything like that for the library. And it was Chrissy that said, you should do it. Like, have you done it yet? And like, it took me nearly 18 months to do it, but I finally did it. And now I'm getting more books from that, which means less books here. In the house as well. But it just makes it hard. Like, sometimes you've got to make those choices. Amazon is my absolute last resort. Like the ACF bookings that wherever I just put that book, those ones I ended up getting all off Amazon because they were just not, I couldn't get them here in bookshops. If I ordered them in, they were going to be like $29 a book. So I ended up getting them off Amazon, and they're printed here because it says in the back that they're printed here in manufactured by Amazon.com.au here in New South Wales. But if I wanted to get them from overseas, again, the only place I could get them from was Amazon. So sometimes it's the only option I have. And then when was it Booktopia? Was it Booktopia? Or Book Depository, whichever one just recently closed down. That Amazon owned that. They bought that back in 2011, but I used to shop at that all the time. And it's only probably been in the last 18 months to 2 years that I stopped shopping there so much because they were becoming more and more expensive. But I know that was free shipping, and that getting closed down has just canned a lot of people around getting access to good books and stuff like that. So it makes it very hard. And it's very much a privilege depending where you live. Hello, Sharon. Welcome. Thank you very much for joining. Storm seems to be sending everybody here today. So thank you, Stormy. I really appreciate that. Welcome. As I said earlier, don't forget to hit that subscribe button and give the video a thumbs up. That would be great. Leandra is switching things up and reading a nonfiction, which is Islands of Abandonment by Carl Flynn. It has been very informative. I like a good nonfiction book, although I struggle to sit down and read them. I prefer to listen to them. I don't know why. I've always preferred, that's probably the only audiobooks that I used to listen to prior to really getting into them in the last 2 years or so. When I learnt that I could speed them up, then right into them. That's a good reminder for hitting the like button. It went from 8 to 15. Awesome. Thank you very much, everybody. I really appreciate you giving me a thumbs up. As I said, it helps to get seen. And you should do that for all your favorite booktubers. As soon as I go onto anyone's video, before I've even really listened to a word they've said, I hit that like button because I know that it helps out so much. Rolanda's saying, if you are looking for something in particular at a small bookstores, let me know and I'll have to look at my local. Yeah, cool, no worries. Generally, I'll send a message to Savannah because Savannah, there's 2 places that she will go all the time, and that is the library, the closest to her, or a bookstore. So if she ever goes missing, they will be the first places that I will look because it's the first places that she always goes. And as you would have all heard, the little alarm went off. I think you might have heard that just faintly in the background. That has gone off. So I'm going to get back to sewing up my project bags. Unfortunately, I can't show you them because they are for my Patreon, and I know that some of my Patreon members are here, so and watch the video, so I don't want to spoil it for them. And we will be doing a 45-minute sprint, and we'll come back and chit chat a little bit more about the things that we're reading and or doing. All right, I'll see you in 45. right. So did the alarm go off that time? Because I heard it, but I'm not 100% sure if you guys can hear it or not. So let me know in the comments if that went off for you, just so I know. Otherwise, yeah, we'll have to set our alarms and I'll have to find something different to use. All right, so I managed to get to chapter 7. I'm about halfway through chapter 7. My daughter has come home because she's sick and she's, hello, you all right? Yeah, she's not feeling the best. She was working with her dad, but anyway, she's home now. She'll go to sleep for a while and yeah. But anyway, and I got all of the zippers in and the vinyl fronts attached to the lining. Yeah, so now all I've got to do is put the backs on the project bags, and that will probably take me, probably take me the next sprint. I reckon I'll have them done. So yeah. Where was I up to? Shana Corell, evening all. What books are you referring to? Well, we're all reading different books, so I'm not 100% sure, Shana, which one you're talking about. But we're just talking about the price. If you're maybe talking about the price of books in Australia, how they're so expensive compared to the rest of the world, and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, so basically that's what the conversation was about. And yeah, and I am actually reading the Sewn at the Crime. It's a Stitches in Crime cozy mystery that I've been reading. My Facebook group has been reading it as well. It was one that we just started up this month. There's 10 in the series. I don't think there's any more getting released, but I'm not 100% sure on that aspect at all. So according to this, I'm about halfway through the book. So, and there's only about 100, I think, 168 or 58 pages or something. Let me just have a look at that again. 168 in this particular copy. Yeah. 69. There's a little bit on the next page, but yeah, 168 full pages. So yeah, it's all right. It's sort of it's touching on I don't want to give it away, but anyway, it's touching on segregation and stuff back in the day. And they're basically at the beginning of the book, you find out that they're pulling down an old schoolhouse, and it was an all-black schoolhouse. And obviously there's a murder, and they're basically now trying to piece together what happened and all that sort of stuff. So Paisley is a historian and also a salvage expert. That's the main character in it. And she doesn't, you know how like in some cozy mysteries they're off sleuthing on their own? She doesn't really do that. She works closely with the local police because he's her boyfriend. So, and she's a single mom, and yeah, she's got a great group of support network around her and all that sort of stuff. So I'm really enjoying the series. It's a little bit different. I think the last book was released at the beginning of this year, so it's a relatively new series. And yeah, I really look forward to listening to or reading it each month. I've read all but the last one and this one. This one's I'm listening to. So yeah. All right. So I just asked if the alarm went off, and Rolanda said, yep, it went off. And Leandra also said it went off as well, which is good. Yeah, it must have been because I had it muted. Sorry about that in the first one. And I hope I didn't scare anybody. Had the same thing to eat, and had something to eat and watched YouTube. That's always a bit of a rabbit hole, isn't it? I actually started doing that when I woke up at 4 o'clock this morning. I started watching YouTube and some Facebook videos, and I'm like, I'm just wasting time here. I may as well just start work. And yeah, so I started work. I think it was when I picked up the quick unpick. I think it was like 4:45 or something. 4:15, was it? No, I got up and made a cuppa at 4:30. So yeah, I spent half an hour on the phone, and then I'm like, no, I'm just going to start work and get it done. So I'll probably be asleep by 3 o'clock, which could start a vicious cycle. But if I just have a nap, I'll be able to get up, do some stitching and all the rest of it. But my main priority today is to get 6 project bags made. So 4 of which are for Patreon and another 2 that are orders. So yeah, but I can't show you those either because yeah, sorry. But just know I'm over there and I'm sewing. Mood Reader said yes, that was good. It went off. Excellent. Excellent, excellent. And also made it to 63% of her book, making progress. Excellent. I like to hear that. We also have Nell has joined us. Hey, Nell, how you going? Thanks for joining. Just telling everybody when they get here, make sure you give me a thumbs up. And yeah, and if you're new here and you've yet to subscribe, make sure you hit that subscribe button and the little bell icon beside it. And what do all the booktubers think of the new numbers for monetization? Which means that you can have a Patreon and you can use their marketing and all of that stuff. So pretty exciting to lower it down. Still got to get 3,000 hours of watch time, which is a tricky one. But yeah, it's going to make it very interesting for a lot of small channels and whatnot. I was reading all about it and listening to a couple of videos the other day about it, and I thought that's really good. For some of you may not know, I actually have another channel, and it's a craft channel. But most of the people here actually already know that. But like even when you start up a second channel, you've got to start at the beginning again. Just because you've already been monetized on one doesn't guarantee, like you don't get guaranteed that you're gonna get monetized on the second one. So you're basically starting over again. So yeah. Rolanda says was ringing around getting quotes to get the door handle fixed on the car since it's Holden is no longer made in Australia. The prices have gone up heaps. Yes, it has. So you will need to ring a Wreckers, and no, my husband's not a Wreckers. So don't ring him. He doesn't have any parts or anything. But I believe there is a Wreckers out at Dolby that do have that sort of stuff in it. So maybe yeah, see if you can get that. It's the only way you're going to get it cheap, hun. Otherwise you're going to pay through the nose for it. And Nell's like, wait, what happened? What changed? Okay. No, well, yeah. The other day there were some videos and an announcement made that they've reduced the requirements for monetization. So now but it's not for ad revenue, so you won't get paid for ad revenue, and I've just started on it. So basically what is happening now, like you know how you on some channels you go there and if they're live they've got super chats and super stickers and super thanks. Well, they have all of that. Just hang on a second, someone's at the door. One moment, please. Hey, hang on. Do I have to sign anything or can I just leave there?
Yeah, King Kyle as well.
Yeah, cool. That's all right. Just this door gets,
yeah, that's fine. I'll just leave it here for you.
Yeah, cool. The door just gets really stuck, so I'll walk around the front.
No worries.
All right, great. Thank you. Have a good day. Bye. Okay, so basically what happened, I think it was last week or maybe the week before, there was an announcement saying that they were reducing the requirements for monetization. But it's not for ad revenue. So basically the super thanks, the super stickers in live streams, and then super chats in live streams, you'll be able to get those. But your requirements are now 500 subscribers. You have to have a public video within the last 90 days and 3,000 hours of watch time over 12 months. I watched 2 videos and they both said exactly the same thing. So what they're calling it is monetization light. But it also means that you and they weren't super clear on it, but it also means that you'll be able to do like have shopping tags and all that sort of stuff. So do a bit of a YouTube search and see what comes up. Just put in new monetization and it'll bring it up, all the information. There's a lot of stuff, a lot of videos that have all covered it, but the main ones that I follow is Nick Neman. He's a Canadian living in Thailand, I believe. And vidIQ is the other one that has. They're the 2 main people that I watch. There is another guy, but I never remember his name. But they're the main 2 people that I watch. So I'm not 100% sure when that is coming in, but 500 subscribers, 3,000 hours of watch time. That means that you'll be able to get super thanks and on your normal videos, and then on your live streams you'll be able to get super stickers and super chats, and then there's other things that you can get with their shopping and all that sort of stuff. But they didn't go into great deal about the shopping and the tagging and stuff, but it also means that you'll be able to I mean, I don't know whether you cannot have a Patreon if you don't have the subscribers, but because Patreon's a completely different platform. I have Buy Me a Coffee link underneath my videos. That helps to monetize and stuff like that, and I get a couple of those on that for BookTube. So, like, look into it, because now you're over 500 subscribers, and you'd be close to your 3,000 hours watch time, wouldn't you? Yeah, so I would have a serious look at that. Like, I'm not an expert. That's just what I've seen, and I watched a couple of videos. As I said, it's Nick Nemeth. I think that's how you pronounce his name. And vidIQ are the two channels that I watch. Also, Think Media is another one that I watch, but that's more about just how to produce really good videos and stuff. And I don't watch them as much as I used to, because they refer to vidIQ all the time. So that's who I watch. And then there's a whole heap of people that like vidIQ is an extension that you put onto your YouTube channel, and you can find out how many subs you have. It also tells you what your watch hours are and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, so basically, if you put and it's free, like there's a free version of it, or even TubeBuddy is another one that you can put on, and that gives you all that information as well. And it just and there's a paid subscription you can get, but there is a free version of vidIQ, and I have that on my YouTube channel, and so it tells me exactly. Oops. Sorry, I just clicked on something. Sorry about that. So yeah, it actually tells me what my hours are and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, and it tells you also tells you how many people have viewed your channel in a 48-hour period. You can also tell you how many minutes have been watched in a 48-hour period and all that sort of stuff. But if you haven't checked them out, go and check out their videos. They're really informative, and they're straight to the point. They don't fluff around. There is another guy that I just recently started watching, but as I said, I can't remember his name. If I remember it, I think you're both in my Discord. I will let you know. I'll find who he is, because I don't watch it on my BookTube. I watch it on my craft channel. So yeah, so it's exciting stuff for people. So I personally think if you've proven yourself to be a reliable YouTuber and you've started a second channel, I think that you should be able to just be instantly monetized. I have mentioned it a couple of times in surveys, but nothing's come of it. So hopefully this might be the start of them relaxing a little bit on letting people earn money from YouTube and all that sort of stuff. But the only thing is with that, the new thing, you won't be able to get ad revenue. So YouTube still plays ads on your, even though you're not monetized. YouTube a couple of years ago said that they were monetizing all videos across the platform. So it didn't matter whether you were in the partner program or not. You will have ads on your videos. Not from what I can tell, not so much like in the middle of the videos. It was more at the beginning and at the end. But yeah, so so basically you won't be getting the partner program. That's the only thing. So you still have ads, like you'll still see ads on videos and stuff like that, whether they're monetized or not. But it's a way that we can actually make some money from our channels and stuff like that. So especially the shopping one. So for someone like me or someone else that has merchandise off the platform, it would be a good way to tag those things, because YouTube now has shopping as well. Like there's a whole thing that you can look into for YouTube. So if you haven't done yet, ladies, go and check it out. So yeah. And so yeah, Nicole, you are currently our major news source at the moment. I wouldn't go that far. I mean, it's only because I follow those two channels on my craft channel that I get their notifications. I personally, like I watch a lot of Nick Nemeth, and as I said, he's a Canadian, I believe, living in Thailand. But he's very informative, and he's on the ball all the time, as is vidIQ, because they've got that thing to help you find out all the information you need to know about your channel and all that sort of stuff. If I ring Wreckers, do they fit them as well, or do I need to find someone? You'll need to find someone to fit them, so you'll have to take it to a mechanic or something. But sometimes Wreckers might fit stuff if they've got a mechanical part attached to their business. So yeah. But just ring around. They'll know someone. If you ask them, they'll know someone. Because yeah, just don't ring Red, because he hates it. He gets calls all the time for parts, and he doesn't sell parts, but people keep ringing and asking him for parts. And because there's some sort of fee that you've got to pay to the government, and it's like $13,000 or $14,000 a year to have that license. It's ridiculous. So we just don't do it. I'd rather have that money in my pocket, pay a little bit of tax on it, than give it to the government. They're saying, okay, first time I'm hearing of this. Thanks for the info. Yeah, I was surprised that I didn't see more people talking about it. But then again, it only sort of popped up, I think it was the week before last. I think it was like the mid-June, I think it was. So yeah, it's not like new news, but it's relatively new. That it's going to mean a lot to that. Don't pay attention to my watch time, LOL, but I do have over 500 subs. Yeah, I thought you were around the 600-700 mark for you. So basically, yeah, go and check out what your watch time is, and then you might be able to apply. I mean, you've still got to get accepted and stuff like that, but that is the same as the YouTube partner program. Like, to get ad revenue on your videos, you still have to apply, and you still may get knocked back. So if you've had any copyright strikes or anything like that, or you've done something wrong on the platform, then you're probably not going to get accepted. But it's still worth a try if you've got the 3,000 hours watch time. I don't know how long you've been on the platform, and you've only just started doing live streams, haven't you now? So to give you an idea, let me just go over to, is it into, no, it's not. Okay. I thought it might have been. So I'll just give you an idea. When I go onto my vidIQ on my craft channel, in the last 7 days, 6,800 people have looked at my channel. It tells me that I've got a total of 28,865 subscribers. In the last 48 hours, I've had 1,900 people look at my channel, and in the last 60 minutes, 71 people have looked at it. And that is down from what I normally have. As for my booktube, I can't tell you, but because I'd have to log into that, and it could upset the apple cart of what I'm doing right now, so I'm not going to do that. But I know when I checked the other day after, I think it was on Saturday, because it comes up as a little extension. It's just at the top next to where your profile picture, that's where it sits. I, for the month of June, was at 533 hours of watch time. So doing live streams, just a hot tip for you, doing live streams boosts your number. So this, in the last 3 months, I've done over 1,200 hours of watch time the last 3 or 4 months. So just a little secret there. If you don't watch your watch time, you might want to start watching it, because it does boost. Doing live streams boosts it. So I'm hoping by the end of June, with all of the today and Friday, well, we've got 4 days, so that Friday's the 30th, is it? Or Thursday? Friday. So including Fridays, I'm hoping to get around 800 hours of watch time. So yeah, that's why I've been doing a lot more live streams and all that sort of stuff, because I figured I can take care of that first and get those hours up there. And then I can worry about the subscribers a little bit later. They're also saying as well, like some of the news that come out of that as well, that subs, even though you need the subs to get to those benefits of ad revenue and all that sort of stuff, the subs aren't as important, because you can have 1,000 subscribers, but if only 20 of them are watching, those other 980 subscribers are useless. So watch time is key, and getting people to give the thumbs up to get into the algorithm is really key as well. So that's the sort of thing you want to strive for. And obviously content, great thumbnails, all that sort of stuff. I suck at thumbnails. I've got no idea at thumbnails. So yeah, but I'm trying to get better. So yeah, so go and check that out. And if you haven't subscribed to Leandra or Nell, head over and subscribe to them as well. Because I know that Leandra does sprints, and Nell, I've noticed lately you've been doing sprints as well. Tina's saying, yay, hope your lowered restrictions helps us all. Yeah, I do too. Some hellos. And so Nell is saying that she's technically been on YouTube since 2017, but wasn't consistent. I didn't start being consistent until last year. Well, I've been on the platform on my craft channel since 2012. I think I posted my first video, and it wasn't until 2018 that I became consistent. So yeah. And nowhere near on both accounts, but having a jolly good time on BookTube anyway. Well, that's it. Like, it does take time. I've been on BookTube for a year. I was talking about books on my craft channel for the 18 months prior to that. I think it was 12 months to 18 months. And so basically it wasn't, and I started in March of last year. So I've been on for a year. Granted, I've had a few people come over from my craft channel, but most of the people on here are people that I don't know, that I have met through BookTube, through other people's channels and all that sort of stuff. So speaking of other people's channels, on Tuesday evening, Brittany Loves Reading. Brittany's starting back with her sprints again, and she asked me to be on. So that's my Wednesday morning. So on Tuesday evening, I'll be hanging out with her as well. So it's a great way to get to know each other if you, appear on other people's channels and all that sort of stuff. I find a lot of the time that I forget to go, oh, hey, do you want to come on? And I just start, because I'm used to doing live streams by myself, because I do it on my craft channel. That's why I can just sit here and talk and it doesn't faze me, because I've had all that experience. I mean, you're probably all thinking, shut up, woman, and let's read. But, I've been on streams as well where the chatty bit goes for 2 hours and then we might only get 1 or 2 sprints in. So I try not to do that. But, yeah, and a lot of the information I'm giving now is relevant to quite a few people, including Storm, that's just popped into the chats as well. I don't do lives very often, but I guess you should start. Look, honestly, maybe ask Courtney, because Courtney would be well over 3,000 hours of watch time, because she does lives twice a week. So basically maybe just ask Courtney if you can, because I know you guys do it together a lot, maybe just swap it over to your channel for, maybe 2 months, even still do it on her channel, but on different days or something like that. And see if you can't get your watch hours up. If you need someone to hang out, I'm always happy to hang out. And whatnot. So yeah, but it is really good that they're starting to consider that, that we need to lower it down a bit because I think a lot of small people are just leaving the platform and they're not sticking there for the longevity, which then means that, you've just got all these big YouTubers that, nothing new's coming into the mix, and the platform will become stale, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. Hey, Stormy, thanks for joining. We were just talking about the new monetization things that happen. So if you're wondering what we're talking about, and I was just saying to Leandra and Nell and everybody else that's listening that might be a booktuber, that the people that I follow, vidIQ and Nick Nemman, they announced not last week, the week before, about the new monetization requirements. So if you haven't seen that, just search them. search new monetization and check out what they've got to say about it. Hello. I have the watch time, but just trying to get those subs. Okay, so I'll just quickly say for Stormy again. So you've already got, if you've got the watch time and you've got the subs, because you're up around the 800 or 900 mark, I think you are when I checked last, you will actually have met the requirements, Stormy. So just look in new, put into YouTube new monetization requirements, and a whole heap of videos will come up. And I was just saying that my reputable people that I go to and have always gone to is vidIQ and Nick Nemman. And if you work on a mobile phone, predominantly work on a mobile phone, Nick Nemman has a brother named Damon, I think, or Damien Nemman. He does everything for filming and editing and all that sort of stuff, lighting and everything, to get good quality footage with your mobile phone. So he's another one that I follow too, if I'm not too sure how to, and he does both Apple and Android. So go check him out as well. But yeah, very interesting times ahead, I think. Like it's like with most things, if they start something, then maybe more will come. If we all voice our opinions and everything like that, when you go into your studio, if you've got a survey there, fill that survey out, put your feelings in, because at the end of it, they always ask you, is there any more that you would like to add? And that's where I put in, if you've been proven to be a good person on YouTube for their rules and all that sort of stuff, can our second channels be done? So yeah, I always put that in there. Hopefully it'll get through to the powers that be one day. That's a good idea. Yeah, look, if we all work together, we can get all our watch time up. And then, if we encourage all our subscribers to go and subscribe to the other channels and all the rest of it, we know who we like. Obviously, some people aren't going to subscribe, but if we all work together, we can all make it something. Like for me, I would love to be able to be making my bookmarks and all that sort of stuff, and sell it on the platform. So once I get to that 500 and that 3,000 hours of watch time, I'll be able to tag those products and step that up a little bit and, make some money off the platform, because as you know, this is what I pretty much do. And so, yeah. But if we all help each other, it'll be really, really good, and we'll be able to, we'll be able to get this. Leandra's just saying, yes, it's been such a helpful chat. Sorry to all the non-BookTube watchers. It's a bit of a snooze fest. I know. But it's also the people that watch a lot of BookTube. What did you do before you started? You watched BookTube. So this could be this could be great information for someone that's been sitting on the fence for a while, not wanting to do it because, they can't make money from it and all the rest of it. Now, just remember, it is not for the ad revenue. It is just for your super thanks, your super chats, stickers, and being able to tag shopping, although they didn't go into great detail, being able to tag stuff. So, yeah. Storm saying she'll just look that up. I'm surprised I didn't talk about it last week, to be honest, because I was fairly excited about it. Mood Reader's saying you've got more than 500 subscribers. You should look into it. Yeah. You do have. I always thought they would lower the sub count for those that have a lot of watch time. We might be in for it might not be we might not be huge, but we have fans. Yeah, well, that's what the thing is. I think that's why they started to do it, because there's people being able to not being able to be monetized because they don't, like, they've got the 1,000 but they don't have the watch time. And that's what I was saying before, like, it's really important that we get our people that watch us to engage with us by giving us thumbs up, leaving comments. Like, those things are really key, more than the subscribers, because if you've got 1,000 subscribers and you've only got 10% of them watching, then you're not getting that time for that. Like, I know I've put videos up where, I've put in a 15-minute video. I've kept it nice and short, and I've only got 15, 16 people that have watched it. So if you can get more people watching and engaging with your videos, you're going to get pushed out more. And that's what a lot of people don't realize, is that thumbs up and that comment is more important than the subscription. And I can honestly say, over on my craft channel, the people, like I read out what my stats were for the last 48 hours and 7 days. So 6,900 people have looked at my channel and watched something on my channel in the last 7 days. Now, if I go into my analytics, only 75% of those people that watched were not subscribers. Okay, so not every my husband doesn't subscribe to a lot of channels either. So a lot of people don't subscribe to everything that they watch, but they'll watch it, and that's the thing. So watch time is really, really important. Mood reader, I'm going to start. What did I miss? Should look into it. Oh, I'm going to start. So cool. Yeah. So it's not for ad revenue. Okay. Just make sure you are aware of that. So across the platform about 18 months ago, YouTube said, might even be 2 years ago now, they said that they were putting ads across the board. So even though we're not monetized right now, people still see ads on our videos because they monetized every video across the board. So it didn't matter whether you were monetized or not. In the YouTube partner program, there's ads on your video, so you don't get ad revenue for that. They're still keeping it that way. They're just changing it for certain other things, so like the super thanks. So now once you're monetized, you can say, hey, if you like this video, don't forget I've got that super thanks down the bottom. If you click on that and you donate to the channel, that's going to help me keep going. So you can get people to do that. Or in your live streams, hey, check out the super chat or the super stickers, and maybe, and it's really easy to do it. If you've ever done it before, it's really easy to do it. You'll do it all through PayPal, but you can encourage them, and you can also like, hey, check out my buy me a coffee, whatever you want to do, whichever avenue you want to go. You should be always saying that in your videos and encouraging people to do it, because it's, what do they call it? Call to action. All right. I'm going to stop right now. I'm going to let those Stormy, Leandra, and Nell go and suss that all out in the next sprint, because I'm guessing that's what they're going to be doing, and no reading at all. I'm going to get back to my sewing, but it has gone 11:30, so I'm going to go to my Discord first, get everybody's name, put it in the wheel, and when we come back next, we will know who is. I will probably wait until the next sprint and then do that, but you guys can all get to see it sooner, because I'll spin it and you'll know who won the spin. All right, let me just refresh. All right, let me refresh that and start that, and we'll go straight to a sprint. All right, happy reading, everybody. All right. How did everybody go with that one? I am up to chapter 10, which means I've probably got about 4 chapters to go, I reckon, of my book. So I should finish that today. I've got 2 more. I've got 3 more. Yeah, 3 more project bags to do. I think it's 3, maybe 2. I don't know. Can't really see from here. Yeah, so managed to get a bit done and whatnot. Now let me just see, where are we up to? All right. Can't find where I was. Let me know how you all went. I think we were up to mood reader. I think we were up to your last, was the last comment. Tina, actually, no, it's very interesting as someone who has mainly watched small YouTubers. Yeah, it is. It's hard work. Like, for those that have just joined, we were talking about the new threshold for monetization, but it's what did VidIQ call it? A light monetization, because it's not full. And whatnot. And I was just saying that, you know, if we give every video that we like a thumbs up, and all the, especially from our favorite YouTubers and whatnot, it just makes a big difference. So yeah, I don't watch a lot of large YouTubers anymore myself. I watch a lot of smaller ones. Especially on BookTube, pretty much all small. I think there's only is it Clockwork Reader. I watch her occasionally. But most of the people that I watch are under 10,000 subscribers. Oh, what happened then? My whole screen just went blank. Okay. All right then. No worries. Don't know what happened then. But anyway, yeah, so hopefully that didn't go black for you guys. There was just a little bit of love and thank yous and ats and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, in the conversation there, I try to give thumbs up and comment all the time, and we'll definitely do it to help out. Excellent. Thank you, Marty. I appreciate it. Marty also watches my craft channel as well. So yeah, Courtney has gone off to bed. Thank you for the sprint. It kept me company while doing chores. Happy to be here and hanging out with you and all the rest of it, even if you work quiet. And I'm glad that you got your chores done. And Courtney's just reminding everybody to make sure they hit that thumbs up as well. So yeah, basically that's the best thing that you can do. Hey, Nicole and chat. I'm reading Spy Family Volume 3. Awesome. Welcome back to the channel, hun. And hopefully you're enjoying your book. Now, let me think. Camilla, isn't it? Yes, it is. I'm pretty sure that I am right on that. But anyway, we all know that I'm not great with names and whatnot. Yeah, so I'm up to chapter 10. And as I said, I've got a couple more bags to do. I have to get them done today because they have to go out. About 2-3 days behind in my bag making. So... but that sometimes happens. If I can get them all done today, I'll be a few days ahead, which is great. Everybody's just saying hello to Camilla and to Nell and everybody. I swear that cute spy character judging me. Just curious, what time are we going to today? I don't know. I've got to go and pick up Neroli, and I do have to try and get to the post office today. But at the rate I'm going, I don't think I'm going to make the post office today, but I will probably just keep going until my book is finished. As I said, I am up to chapter 10. I think I'm about halfway through chapter 10. No, I'm a third of the way through chapter 10, and it says that there is 14, but I'm listening to that fast. So it says that it's got 1 hour and 19, so I've probably got about, I don't know, 40 minutes left of it, but we'll see how we go. And I'll probably stay on until I've got the bags done as well, because otherwise I'll stop. But I am going to have lunch shortly, so definitely we'll be finished by 3 here in Australia. Don't know if you can see my No, you can't see my clock anymore. I've got more stuff up there. All right. Stormy's saying 39 minutes left in her audio book. Scared Evil by Heather Graham. Awesome. You should be finished that in the next sprint then. Tina read 22 pages and officially over halfway through. That is awesome. Excellent, excellent. Chrissy, first sprint today, actually got to read. I have about 50 pages left. Awesome. You're reading book 5 in this series, or are you reading something else? Danny Dabbles has joined as well. Hello, welcome. Make sure you give us a thumbs up. And if you haven't yet subscribed, make sure you subscribe if you're new here as well. Just a bit of a shameless plug there. Why not? And now Tina is eating dinner, grilled chicken with mashed potato. Yum. I had, for dinner last night, I had pork with broccoli. And did I have anything else with it? No, that's all I had. So I was pretty happy with that. Nell's laughing at something. Did I miss something? I might have. And everybody's saying hello. Now, I'm supposed to be picking out clothes for my work tomorrow and getting ready for bed. Instead, I'm distracted by watching YouTube and replying to comments. Yes, we all do that. I was doing that at 4 o'clock this morning. We were doing the exact same thing. It is pretty awesome. Yeah, so let me know what you think of the new changes and everything. It looks interesting. Guess it hasn't started yet, as I didn't see any to sign up for on my earnings, but we'll keep an eye out for sure. Yeah. I'm not sure whether they've made the announcement, but I don't think it comes into effect until July. So I think vidIQ on their video, they had the date. I can't remember. I probably should look that up. But yeah, so I don't know exactly when it's coming, but it is coming. I got to go for a little bit. Hubby has a flat tire on his scooter. Oh no, not good at all. Everybody just saying hello. Great minds. And I have to rescue him. Oh, dear me. Tina, Camilla, Alejandra, how are you liking The Spy Family? It sounds very interesting, but I've never read a non-romance manga. I don't read any manga at all, so I'm not even any help for that. Sorry for the typo. And Chrissy says that she is in book 5. Cool. I am almost finished book 6 on that because I'm listening to it on audio as well. I haven't read it myself, just taken a step to borrow it from the library, but I've only heard really good things, and if it's good enough for Scorpio Rising, then it sounds good for me. Awesome. It'll be interesting to see how the changes affect the platform and the community. Yeah, it will actually. I think it's going to be really good for, and another YouTuber that I watched said the same thing. It's going to be good for keeping the small creator on the platform, because I think a lot of people get discouraged. There's a lot of good booktubers that were out at the same time that I've started, but they haven't posted in months because, as you all know, it takes a long time to do videos and all the rest of it. And I haven't uploaded an actual video since the middle of May. I've got a whole ton of books that I've talked about on video, but I haven't edited it. I've just been doing catch up this month and doing live streams. But yeah, and I'm lucky enough to have my husband, who also supports me, to help me, build the channel and stuff like that. And my booktube is a bit of a hobby side of things, whereas the craft channel, I put a lot more work into that. I still put work into booktube, but not as frequently as I do for the craft channel. So I think it'll be good for people that are struggling a little bit, that maybe have a way of making that extra income, and that do a lot of live streams and stuff like that, and getting the recognition. Because even the super thanks, I don't know if you've looked at them or not on channels, you can do, even if it's not live, you can do a super thanks to say, whether it be $2 or $5, every little bit helps. And I believe there was something about memberships as well. So it could be that, some of these smaller channels, if they start changing stuff like that, will make it a lot easier for them to be sustainable in a way, like especially with memberships and stuff like that. Like I don't recall hearing anything about memberships. It was just about the super chats and all that sort of stuff. It's also probably a way of encouraging people too to do more live streams and stuff like that as well. And as I said, the shopping and all that sort of stuff. But yeah, I'm sure that you'll see more and more of it as the dates get rolled out and stuff like that. As I said, I'm not 100% sure when the date is, but I'm pretty sure it's in July sometime. So you probably won't see it in your studio until it's officially rolled out and whatnot. So it's going to be an interesting time indeed. I'm looking forward to it. I mean, I'm still a ways off yet anyway, but there are some out there that have the watch time and have the subscribers, so it's going to be great for them for sure. And whatnot. So Camilla is just saying hello to everybody. How you doing? Hey Tina. Hey Storm. Yeah, it's all happening in the comments today. So let me know what you all think about it. Maybe not this coming sprints, because I know some of you will be going off to bed soon. But let me know what you think of all the changes and all that sort of stuff. And maybe some of us will be monetized before we know it, even if it is not the full monetization and that, but it will get us there quicker. And I'm guessing that because YouTube gets a cut of that, if more people are monetized, then maybe they might push our content out a bit more too. So there might be, I don't know whether that would happen, but it might be a side effect of it, which would be really good. I know when I got monetized in 2019, because it took me 12 months to get monetized over on my craft channel, actually a little longer than 12 months. And basically, I think it was like 2 months after that, I put out a video, and then all of a sudden, a lot of my friends were saying, "Oh my God, I'm just seeing you everywhere on YouTube and all the rest of it, like every 3 or 4 of your videos." And it was not long after I'd been monetized, because I didn't monetize straight away. I think it was like about a month after I'd met the requirements, and then I got monetized. So it was really painful, because when I started doing YouTube in 2018, I had already met the requirement. I think I needed like about 10 more views or something, but then they were changing it, so they weren't monetizing anybody that met the requirements. And if you hadn't met those requirements, even when the change was, you were going back to being non-monetized. And it was just like, so it was quite a bizarre thing. Like, I was right there, and all I needed was that second green tick, and I would have been fine. But they were changing the rules, so not much you can do about that, is there really? All right, so we have just got to the end of the comments, and we've only got about a minute left in the before the alarm goes off. I am absolutely starving, so I'm going to set this next sprint for 60 minutes and go and have some lunch and see how Savannah is, because she's come home from work. And so I'm just setting that for 60 minutes, and I'm going to go and have lunch break. Everybody can have their dinner, their midnight snack, or whatever the time is where you are. And I'll see you all in about an hour. Happy reading, everybody. All right, we are back. That hour went quick. That was wild. Like, that went really, really quick. So yeah. So in that break, I finished off the bags that I needed to get finished for today. I filmed the which some of you may have already got notification for, the Discord members pick, and which I'm going to share in just a moment. But do let me know what you got read in that. And I'm sorry if I scared everybody just a second ago. I was bringing a file across and I thought I had muted it and it didn't mute. So I do apologize for that. And also my internet has started to play up. It keeps swinging into Wi-Fi, which means that it's not the clearest picture. So I do apologize for that. Hopefully it'll click back over in a moment. Yeah, because I'm pretty sure I'm not on Wi-Fi either. Yeah. So just be aware that might be a bit of a issue, that it's a little bit blurry. I can't do anything about that. If you've been around here for a while, you know that it clicks in and out every now and again. All right, so I can see everybody is commenting. So I am going to put up the Discord members spin, and I thought I'd do something different. It is up already on the channel for those that are asleep and whatnot, but because you guys are all here, you get to see it. So I'm just going to add it to the stream. Let me just bring this up to this one, and I'm going to add that. Dusty Book Sniffers. Pause. All right, so yeah, just doing it a little bit different this time, and yeah, so you'll get to actually see what is happening. And yeah, I don't know what we're going to be reading yet, because I've got to contact Gemma, and she's in the UK, so she won't see it until probably a little bit later on tonight, our time. So yeah, alrighty, let's find out. Hi everybody, and welcome back to Dusty Book Sniffers. Today we are here for the Discord members book of the month pick. We're about to spin the wheel. I've got everybody's name on there, and also any genre changes as well. So let's spin it and find out what we're going to be reading in the month of July. Okay, so Gemma wants us to read a memoir. I'm looking forward to seeing what Gemma picks for us to read in the month of July, and I will see everybody over in the Discord. Bye for now. Okay, so that is it's a memoir that we're going to be reading. I've got a couple on my shelf, so hopefully it'll be one that she picks. So what happens now is Gemma will pick which book it is, and she'll let us know in the next couple of days, and then we can get prepared, and then we've got the month to read it, and we can discuss it and all that sort of stuff. So I just wanted to show what happens in case you'd missed it on our short shelf or anything like that. So now you'll know how it all works and whatnot. Normally I don't share it on a live stream, and I just put it up on the channel, but there was a few people asking about it before, so I thought that I would put it up and you could get to see what's happening. Alrighty, so and I do apologize for anybody that got scared when I was trying to share it, and that was also so I can practice with sharing as well, so there's a little bit of that also. So yes, it was a super quick hour. Camilla actually read 50 pages. Awesome. I got a little bit more read, but I was mostly doing other stuff. Talia read a couple chapters of Vicious, and she's addicted to the book. I did see that on was it on your community post? You posted that up? I'm pretty sure I've seen that. Just watched TikTok. That's fine. Camilla is saying hello to Talia. Talia is saying hello back. Mood reader got no reading done, but got dinner and watched some YouTube. Awesome. That is still good. Still productive. We have Betty Spaghetti is here and read 70 pages of a graphic novel. Her niece, my niece reads, so when well, we can talk about it when she visits. Good reading session. That is a good reading session indeed. Camilla is saying hello to Nina, and Leandra switched to Hat Makers as and it's making her laugh out loud. That's a good book then. And you also scheduled some sprints, I see too. I'll just read. Let me just see. When was it? Is it Wednesday? Where's my Discord gone? Closed it down. Let me just see. Did you post it on there? I did see it somewhere. Oh, here we go. Reading sprints. Leandra has scheduled some for Wednesday afternoon in the Northern Hemisphere and Thursday morning in the Southern Hemisphere. So go over to Leandra's channel and check her channel out, press subscribe, and also get the notification for when she goes live, saying hello. The wheel is so exciting. Yeah, I actually put yours in as a pre-1950s as well. So you can leave it at that if you want to. If you want to change it up, you can change your genre as well, which Talia did this month. She changed to a thriller. Yeah, so there's lots of different genres on there, and don't worry about if it doubles up. If your favorite genre is fantasy, that just means that there's more chance that a fantasy will be picked, or if you like thriller, so forth and so on. So yeah, if you haven't yet done it and you're in our Discord, go up to the announcements and you'll see all the information there. I will put up a post around mid-July for August's read. So obviously July is closed off now, but it doesn't mean that you can't join in the fun. You can still join in with the read. Once I know what the book is, I will put it under the July and tag everybody to say, hey, this is the book that we're reading. This is what's been picked. And then you can either borrow it from the library, you may have it on your bookshelf, and all that sort of stuff. But I'm actually friends with Gemma on Facebook, so I'll be able to message her directly in Facebook. So she will see that as soon as she wakes up, and then she'll let us know within a day or so once she's made her decision. So, yeah. I like it. It's fun. It was actually the brainchild of Chrissy, our moderator. She said, why don't we, let the members pick? And I thought, well, how about we do it with the names? And that's what was born this year. And it's been a lot of fun. A lot of people are starting to join in the fun. And even if they haven't had their name on the wheel, they've also really enjoyed the books that we've read as well. So it's a fun way of doing it. And it's totally random then as well. Talia was saying she loves the wheel, and Tina was saying so exciting. That's exactly right, Leandra. A memoir, so many different directions she can take it. So it'll be really, really interesting. The first one that we read, and all of those books are still there that we've read. We didn't do one for June because we were having a break. But right from the beginning of the year, we've been doing it. And the very first one was a nonfiction, and that we had, and that was the Immortal Life of Henrietta Lacks. It was such an interesting read. I thoroughly enjoyed it, and it was a great way to start off the year. It's just unfortunate that Gemma's in the UK, so yeah, she'll be fast asleep right now. And so yeah, so she'll let me know probably in the next couple of hours. Once I know anything, I'll let everybody know. Alrighty. Yeah, your memoir sounds good. Yeah, I agree. Totally. Tina is saying that she has never read a nonfiction before. Okay. If you've not read a nonfiction before, may I suggest that you listen to it on audio? And if you can read along with it, you will become very addicted to nonfiction that way. And I've found a lot of people they say, oh, I never read nonfiction or anything like that. When I've suggested that they sit down and do immersive reading, they have got hooked on it. So maybe if you've never read one before, you might find it a little bit hard. You might have to speed it up just a touch on audio, or you might be struggling to read it. You can always just speed it up a little bit, listen to it on audio, and it's a lot easier to take in. And I find myself that I don't necessarily read nonfictions, like sit down and actually read it. Unless it's someone from the music industry, then I usually do. But anything else, I generally just listen to it, and I also speed it up a bit. So it just makes it a little bit more digestible, I think. But Talia's saying, yes, I've been trying to use my community tab more, especially when I'm too busy to film. Yeah, like it's perfect. It's all still putting stuff out there, isn't it? Even shorts and stuff like that as well work. I'm not a big fan of the shorts, but I do the bingo challenge each week as well, and I do that as a short. And if I do nothing else, at least I know I've got that short going up once a week. So, and that's where I wanted to incorporate, doing live streams and stuff like that. So, but I know you're a busy mum with young children, so it's a lot, and you're a homeschooler as well. So your time is very, very limited. Totally understand that. Makes it a little bit harder. Just finished lunch, now about to start stitching. Awesome. I've finished the bags. I've got a few little final touches to do, and then I'm going to head off to the post office either this afternoon or in the morning. I think I have to actually go down. I actually have to go down first and get a parcel to put it in. So, yeah, there'll be 2 trips down, so I probably won't get down until the morning. Leandra says, yes, I scheduled the sprints as we've been talking about them. For those in the Southern Hemisphere, they'll begin. The beginning will be very early. What time is it? What time are you starting them? I haven't gone over to your channel yet, so it hasn't told me. Let me just click on that, and I can tell everybody what it is going to be. Oh, 4 a.m. I'll be asleep. Hopefully you'll still be on when I wake up at 6. But you never know. I could set the alarm and get up. I was up at 4 this morning, so who knows what I'm a bit of an insomniac sometimes, so who knows when it's going to start. But for those that are here in the Southern Hemisphere, it is 4 a.m. when they start. But hopefully Leandra will be still going when you all wake up. And Talia's also read Henrietta Lacks as well. She said it is a must read, most definitely. I still have to get a hard copy for Savannah because I think that she'd really really enjoy it as well. Memoirs can be especially interesting on audio because the author often reads them themselves. Yeah, that's very true. With any sort of memoir or stuff like that. It's even like just general knowledge, nonfiction, generally the authors read them themselves. So, and I love it. And Talia's saying the same thing. Loves it when the authors read their own books. It can feel, and you can feel their emotion. That's so true. Like you can really, it really pulls you into their story, and you get to know, like you feel like you get to know them on a deeper level when it's like that. So yeah. Tay's saying, okay, good to know. The Henrietta Lacks one is a really interesting way that Rebecca Skloot did that book, because instead of just writing about Henrietta Lacks, she got immersed with her family and told Henrietta Lacks' story from the perspective of of her family. And so, and just, yeah, it was just absolutely, I felt it was really, really well done. My diamond painting keeps going to fall off the thing. Put my big 2-liter bottle of water that'll hold it. But yeah, it was just the way that she chose to tell that story was an amazing way of doing it. So yeah. And Tina's saying, I love the idea of an author reading their own book. Yeah, love it when it's like that. Yeah, it's for I hope you're happily asleep. No one wishes insomnia. Hoping to sprint to 6 to 8 hours. That is awesome. Well, I'll definitely catch you first thing in the morning. I'll have my coffee. So that's Thursday morning. I've pretty much got sprints every day except for tomorrow. So if anybody's got sprints on tomorrow, I'll be there. Yeah, so because I'm joining Brittany Loves Reading on Wednesday morning my time, so Tuesday evening for the Northern Hemisphere, and then on Thursday morning you've got yours. So yeah, and then Friday morning I'm back again for an 8-hour sprint. So lots and lots of sprints. I've got a sneaking suspicion after our conversation today there are going to be many more sprints from the people that all seem to gravitate together. So that being Brittany, Leandra, and Storm, and Nell, and Courtney, and yeah. So I've got a feeling that we will be all keeping you very busy with sprints. I'm still going to continue on with my Friday sprints into July as 8-hour ones. I'm not 100% sure what my schedule is yet for Mondays, but I'm hoping that I'll be able to do a few Mondays, which is Sunday evening for those in the Northern Hemisphere. Danny is saying, yay for sprints. Yeah, I agree. I get so much done in sprints. And even when I'm not on the sprints, like doing my own or on someone else's, I still tend to get a lot read and a lot done. Like I've been using activity to read. But then in saying that, I am at, and I haven't updated in a while, and I was just checking before, I am up to, I think, book 84, because there's 3 in there that I haven't put in. So it's 84 or 85 for the year. And I've pretty much taken, and I've also got 2, 3, 4, 5 books on the go. So I've got 4 classics on the go, which are all chunky ones, which won't be, one of them won't be finished until into next year, and then the others will be finished around the beginning of December. They should be finished. And of course, I'll finish this one today. That's got to be done, and I haven't updated for this one either. So that's got to be done. I DNF'd a book last week. And I've just got to double check against my videos that I've filmed that I haven't uploaded yet, what hasn't been put into my Goodreads and Storygraph. So yeah, I've been a bit slack with it in the month of June, but it's just mostly catch up and reading buddy reads and all that sort of stuff. So, and I DNF'd a couple of books. So The Night Circus, I had already read that before, and I started reading it again, and I just wasn't gelling with it again, so I DNF'd that. But that was sort of a non-event. And I DNF'd The Night of Many Endings, and I DNF'd While Justice Sleeps. And I'm pretty sure there was something else I DNF'd, but I've got a lot of buddy reads and stuff on the go as well. So yeah, very, very not up to date at the moment. Chrissy is saying Henrietta Lacks was one of the best books that she's ever read. As far as nonfiction goes, I would have to agree with that. Like, I've read a few nonfiction, not a lot. Like, I'm not a predominantly nonfiction person, but that was I think it was the most interesting way to write someone's memoir, and just getting that backstory behind it and all the rest of it. So for those that aren't familiar what the story is, Henrietta Lacks was a black woman in the early 1950s, was diagnosed with cervical cancer, and before she had some treatment, they took the policy then was to take cells, and basically they were trying to reproduce those cells. So from her cells that were taken, the scientists were able to reproduce her cells, and basically, like, I can't remember the actual quote of it, but her cells have just kept reproducing. So from that, they've been able to develop a lot of the cancer drugs and everything of today from it. But her family see none of the money that's been made from them or anything like that. It was absolutely horrific in my mind that they could not be monetized or even just given healthcare. But if you haven't read it, I highly recommend that you pick it up and read it, because you will be absolutely gobsmacked by the story. And the way Rebecca Skloot is the author, the way that she decided to write the story, it was amazing. I think that was the best way to tell that story for the masses. So you don't have to be a scientific person to understand what's going on. She told it from the family's point of view. So absolutely amazing book. I highly recommend that to everybody. Tina is heading off to bed because she's getting a bit tired. No worries, hun. Thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate you hanging out with us today. Hope you have a lovely sleep, and I will catch you again soon, no doubt. Yeah, Talia is saying it definitely made her think a lot. Anybody who has benefited from modern medicine in any way should read that. Well, see, I had no idea. And when I was younger, I was like one stage off cervical cancer. So they caught it just before it was going to be really bad. So, and like my girls have all had their vaccines, although my eldest daughter hadn't had her vaccine for the HPV virus, and she has just got the all clear from having Sin 3, she was at the same as me. So it's not hereditary or anything like that, but it just basically, it makes me grateful that, like, while it was not great that what happened to the family and all the rest of it, it also makes me grateful that it did happen in a way, because now my 2 youngest daughters are protected, basically. So it's just, they should read it if they have got any sort of medicine and whatnot. It's not just for cancer treatment. They've learnt so much from her cells and whatnot. And Talia's just saying good night to Tina. I hope you sleep well. Danny Devil says, I haven't read Night Circus, but after reading Starless City, I believe that Morgenstern's writing isn't for me. Yeah, it wasn't. Like, the story in Night Circus, I gave it 4 stars. I don't necessarily judge people's writings because I can't write myself. So like, who am I to judge, sort of thing? And I say this quite often, but on the like, when I read the book, I enjoyed it. It was a great story. It was I got sucked into it. I didn't feel an emotional connection to the characters or anything like that, but I thoroughly enjoyed the story, and just on that aspect alone, I gave it 4 stars. But when I done the review, I also said that that's why I gave it 4 stars. So people knew that I like the story, and some people that follow me, they like that story as well, because they told me as much. On the reread, because one of the Discord members picked it for May, and I've got it still on my shelf, but I started rereading it and I just couldn't connect with it. That I think it is just a one and done. It's not something that you can go back to. But if you go and see like Chloe Bunny and a few of the other ones, older, like larger booktubers and that have been around for a while, when they all read it, they all absolutely loved it. I just didn't feel like, don't get me wrong, I liked the story. I really enjoyed the story. I had a good time while I was reading it. That's why I gave it 4 stars. But on the reread, not so much. But I ended up DNFing it pretty quickly. So, yes. So, all right, let's go back up here. We have, hey, hello, Alyssa's. Thanks for joining. Leandra says, adding Henrietta Lacks to my want to read. You need to read it now. Don't add it, just pick it up, start reading it. 2, hi, Alyssa. And 3, heading off to bed too. Good night, all. Good night, Leandra, and I will see you on your sprints on Thursday morning for me and Wednesday afternoon for everybody else. Alrighty, Scorpio Rising saying hello. Good night, Leandra. Good night. Good night. Everybody's saying good night. Sleep tight. All right, where are we up to? Just jumped again. True, but it's the ethics behind it, and I'm a biologist in a conversation that has often had, because it's always a fine line. Yeah, there was a very, like, I sat there and went, oh, yeah, that's just so wrong. Like, and in a way that all that stuff happening, it is a fine line when it comes to ethics and moving forward with technology, whether it be medical technology, cures or whatever. It's always going to be a fine line. But some of the things that were done to the Black community back then was just horrific. And like, I was just reading it and just like, well, I was actually listening to it, and I'm just like, this is just so wrong on so many levels. Like, there was just, yeah, the ethics that they did back then was just not great at all. Talia's saying she loved the Night Circus. She wants to live in that place. I don't know if I'd want to. Yeah, it's been a while since I read it, and as I said, when I picked it up the other week, I just couldn't get there. So, it's definitely a one and done. That'll go off with like, it'll probably stay on my shelf for a little while, but it'll eventually go off to be a book exchange and whatnot. Giga is saying, hello everybody, just finished Battle Drum, 5 stars. Just started my buddy read with Alyssa's of Jade War. Awesome. Andrew is saying, thank you everybody for the good nights, and we've got some hellos and hey-heys and all the rest of it, and we've managed to get to the end of the comments, and just trying to work out what the time is. All right, I think we will go to another sprint. And basically, I think that might be my last one because I've got to get down to the post office and all that sort of stuff. So let me just add this up to the stream. Where am I going? There we are. All right, put this one down here. So we are going to do a 45 minutes sprint. And let me just get over there and change that. Well, actually, I'll just leave it at that and we'll do a 49-minute sprint. How's that sound? All right. Yeah, so I will see you all when we come back and we'll have a little bit of a chit chat. Okay, so I'm guessing that the picture is really laggy right now because my whole computer has got really laggy. The internet has decided that it's just playing up. So, yeah, how did everybody go with that one? I got a few things sorted out and whatnot, and I was just checking to see if the audio was working on that. So, yeah. I don't know what is going on with my internet right now, but it just keeps going in and out. You would have noticed that if you were looking at the screen about 2 minutes ago, it went black, and I checked on my phone and it was really laggy. But anyway, which doesn't matter because this was our last sprint anyway. So I noticed that a few people have decided to go to bed and everything because it's very late. So I am going to, as you can see, call it a day. I will be back on a Friday and at 9 a.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time, which is it's in the afternoon for the Northern Hemisphere. I'm not sure of the time difference, like the exchange for it. But a few people, there was a couple that dropped in as well, and so Social Butterfly popped in and she missed the sprints, and seeing how much you can get read in 5 minutes. Hopefully you got a fair bit done, but we'll be back on Friday. So that is already scheduled up, so you can click the notify me button and you will get a notification for that. And you can always come over and join our Discord. That is underneath our short that went up today. You'll find all that information there. But yeah, I'd just like to say thank you to everybody that joined me today. It's been a great 6 hours, and I really do appreciate everybody popping in and saying hi, giving me thumbs up, and leaving comments and all that sort of stuff, and really participating in the sprint and in the chatty parts as well. It's been a lot of fun. You've kept me motivated today, which has been great because I needed to get some stuff done. I've got to go down to the post office now and get some bags and get some stuff into the mail. But as I said, thank you so much for joining me today. I really do appreciate it. And you're welcome, Danny. That's absolutely fine. I'm glad that you were able to make it. Alyssa's also saying thank you. Giga is also saying thank you. Thank you so much, everybody, for joining me. Until next time, have a great evening or day, no matter where you are, and I will see you in the next video. Bye for now.